The Senate will come to order. Chaplain Dr. Barry Black will lead the Senate in prayer.
Let us pray. God of new beginnings, the author and sustainer of our faith, thank you for this fresh start as we strive again to do the work of freedom. Bless our lawmakers to seek to do your will, empowering them with greater knowledge and discernment so that they may approve the things that are excellent. Lord, give them a productivity that comes from the power of your Spirit, using them to do your work on earth. Show them your greatness and your mighty hand during this season of wars, violence, and polarization. You are our rock, our fortress, and our deliverer. We will trust in your strength and preserve this land we live in so that we will be instruments of your peace. We pray in your invincible name. Amen.
Will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of the motion to proceed to S-2296, which the clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 115 S-2296, a bill to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2026 for military activities of the Department of Defense and so forth and for other purposes.
The senator from Iowa.
1 minute to honor my colleague, Joni Ernst. She announced today that she will not seek another term in the United States Senate. It has been a wonderful opportunity serving with her and serving Iowans since 2015. As the Senate's first female combat veteran and Iowa's first woman elected to Congress, she broke barriers at every turn and accomplished what she set out to do by coming to the United States Senate, in her words, make 'em squeal. After a long career in the Iowa National Guard, as well as elected office, Joni has served our country and state with pride and with distinction. Barbara and I wish her well and know that whatever she chooses to do in her next chapter, they will be lucky to have this outstanding leader on the team. I will miss serving with Joni, but know she will enjoy having more time to cherish her favorite role as a mother and grandmother. Now on another subject, across Iowa and America, students and teachers are back in the classroom. As we look ahead to a new academic year, I'd like to commend the dedicated educators, administrators, and support staff who make a difference in the lives of students each and every day. Teachers make a lasting impact on their students from one school year to the next, and even decades after their students leave the classroom. Like so many families across my home state, I'm proud to have teachers in my own family tree. I'm the son of a school teacher. My mother taught in one-room rural schools for nearly a half century, 49 years to be exact. My sister Lois was lauded for her work ethic and respected mentors to her peers. She taught business and computer classes to 3 generations of students. Today, I'd like to sing the praises of my daughter-in-law, Diane Grassley. She's married to my son, Robin, who operates our 4th-generation family farm in New Hartford, Iowa, with their son, Patrick Grassley. At the start of this school year, Diane marks 25 years of service in the Dike, New Hartford Community School District, where she works as a teacher associate. Barbara and I congratulate Diane on this remarkable milestone, and we're proud to say that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, because both of Diane's daughters followed in their mother's footsteps. Dana teaches math at Union Middle School in Dysart, Iowa, and Carrie is a school counselor at the Dike Elementary School. Congratulations, Diane, on your decades of service and unwavering commitment to educating the next generation in the Dike, New Hartford Community School District. As a proud father-in-law and a graduate of New Hartford High School, I say hashtag roll blue to the Wolverines. Have a great year. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
The Majority Leader.
Unanimous consent that the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, it's been a very busy year here in the United States Senate. From confirming President Trump's nominees to repealing burdensome Biden administration regulations to passing the One Big Beautiful Bill to prevent a massive tax hike on hardworking Americans, Republicans have been hard at work delivering on the mandate we received from the American people. The Senate has taken so far 499 votes this year, more than in any Congress at this point in the last 35-plus years. In fact, we've taken more votes in 2025 already in 8 months than the Senate has taken in a full 12 months for most, all but 2 of the past 36 years. But we have a lot more work to do, and we're going to get it done. That starts this week with consideration of the National Defense Authorization Act, one of the most important pieces of legislation that we consider every year. That will be followed by continued appropriations work so that we can get the government funded by the September 30th deadline. We've already done some good work on appropriations. In fact, for the first time in years, we went into August having passed 3 of the 12 appropriations bills. The last time that happened, a single appropriations bill passed before the August break was 2017. But needless to say, there's a lot more to do. And I hope, Mr. President, that our Democrat colleagues will resist the calls from within for a shutdown and work with us to fund the government. Mr. President, along with the National Defense Authorization Act and funding the government, we have another important task to accomplish in the coming weeks, and that is making major headway on confirming more of President Trump's nominees. Thanks to a lot of hours here in the Senate to overcome Democrat obstruction, we went into August having confirmed 135 of the President's civilian nominees, more than had been confirmed by this point in his first term. But there are a lot more nominees to go. And I'm here to tell my Democrat colleagues that their historic obstruction cannot continue. Mr. President, when voters elect a president, that comes with certain expectations, one of which is that a president will be able to fill up his or her administration with his or her nominees. And historically, the Senate has reflected that by confirming most of a president's civilian nominees by unanimous consent or voice vote, which means without obstruction, blocking. President George H.W. Bush had 98% of his civilian nominees confirmed by unanimous consent or voice vote here in the Senate. So did President Clinton. President George W. Bush and President Obama both had 90% of their civilian nominees confirmed by unanimous consent or voice vote. But things changed during the first Trump administration. Democrats started obstructing nominees who would previously have been confirmed without a drawn-out process. But even so, both President Trump and his first administration and President Biden had more than half of their civilian nominees confirmed by unanimous consent or voice vote, without a long, drawn-out process. Well, fast forward to 2025. As of today, September the 2nd, President Trump has not had a single one of his civilian nominees confirmed by unanimous consent or voice vote. Not a single one, Mr. President. By this point in his administration, President Biden had had 76. 76 confirmed, without dragging it out, delaying and blocking and obstructing. So when I say that President Trump's nominees have faced a historic level of obstruction, Mr. President, I'm not being political or hyperbolic. I am doing nothing more than stating the bare facts. Between the calendar and committees, we currently have nominees pending for a total of 302 civilian positions. 95% of those positions, 95% were confirmed by voice vote at least once during the previous 3 incoming administrations. And yet Democrats seem unwilling to expedite consideration for a single one. Mr. President, this cannot continue. The American people elected President Trump. And like any president, he deserves to be able to fill up his administration. In fact, we owe the voters nothing less. Now, that doesn't mean rubber stamping every nominee, but it does mean an end to the ridiculous, and I mean ridiculous, delays on every nomination, including on nominations that Democrats ended up supporting in significant numbers. And I say that, Mr. President, supporting in significant numbers, because let's be clear here. The Democrat leader might like people to think Democrats are holding up all these nominees because they are, in his words, historically bad. But in fact, at least some Democrats have ultimately voted in favor of many of these nominations. 61 out of the 135 civilian nominees confirmed received at least one Democrat vote on final confirmation. And fully half of the civilian nominees currently on the calendar were reported out of committee with bipartisan support. Democrats aren't holding up nominations to minor administration positions out of principled opposition. They're holding them up because they don't like President Trump. Well, that's not a good reason, Mr. President. And Democrats' obstruction is not only preventing voters from getting the administration they elected, it's also slowing down the essential business of the United States Senate. Over August, Mr. President, my colleagues and I discussed various ways of addressing this problem and expediting confirmations. And there are a lot of options on the table, none of which, I might add, would be necessary if the Senate Democrats treated this president that Republican and Democrat Senates have treated Republican and Senate or Republican and Democrat presidents for all of American history. In fact, Mr. President, you have to go back a long ways in the annals of history to find a time. In fact, we went back as far as the Hoover administration. That's as far back as I think as we could find records and data, to find a president who didn't have at least one of his nominees confirmed here in the Senate by voice vote or unanimous consent at this point in their administration. In fact, the majority of presidential confirmations were conducted on a bipartisan basis for a long time here in the Senate. And there's no reason we couldn't go back to that right now. All it takes is a little behavioral change and a willingness to acknowledge President Trump won an election, the American people voted for him, and they expect him to be able to populate his administration with the people that he wants to serve in many of these positions. But if Democrats continue to obstruct, if they continue to drag out confirmation of every single one of the nominations of a duly elected president, if they continue to slow the Senate's business to such a drastic degree, then we're going to have to take steps to get this process back on a reasonable footing. This is not sustainable, Mr. President. You can't run a government this way. It's never been done before, ever in history. This is not a sustainable business model. And one way or the other, it's going to have to get fixed. The Democrats can play ball the way every Democrat and Republican Senate have, going back as far as we can find in the annals of history, or things are going to have to change around here. It's as simple as that. And the ball, I would say, Mr. President, is in the Democrats' court. Mr. President, I yield the floor. I suggest the absence of a quorum.
We'll call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Mr. President,
Minority Leader,
I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed.
without objection.
Well, Mr. President, today we're starting an important work period in the Senate. Every work period is important, but this one especially so, because this month Congress needs to step up and fix all the disasters that Donald Trump has created since he became president. Donald Trump's been president for 225 days, and each one has been worse than the last. Every time Trump creates a new crisis, each new controversy, each new lie, every time he sends armed troops to U.S. cities, each new attack on the courts, on the rule of law, on the Constitution is a disgrace to the presidency. And that is what Donald Trump's presidency has been, a disgrace, a failure, an exercise in pathetic leadership. I just spent a month traveling from one corner of New York to the other, talking to families, business people, Democrats, Republicans, independents, and the trend is clear. American families are poorer because of President Trump. American businesses are less optimistic because of President Trump. And American communities are less safe because of President Trump. America is more isolated, less respected, wields less influence over the world affairs because of President Trump. Just a picture of Modi and Putin and Xi standing there together as allies. It was Donald Trump who ended up making that happen. In a recent survey, it showed that the United States is now the only country, we're the only country among 184 that shows a drop in international visitors. People don't want to come to America anymore because Donald Trump has so tarnished what our country is all about and what had made our country so great. And it's not just about reputation. It's going to cost our economy billions that come from tourism and kill jobs. It'll freeze entire communities. I was just in Niagara Falls, in the Finger Lakes. 25% of our tourists this summer are usually, in each summer, are usually Canadian, but not this year. Canadians don't want to come here. And they're angry. The people, not just the government, but the people are angry about what Trump is saying about their country and saying about them. And when folks, as friendly as the Canadian people, so suddenly don't want to have anything to do with America, that's when you know that Donald Trump is like a disease to America's greatness. It is incumbent upon Republicans in Congress to join us to fix these disasters through the appropriations process, through common sense legislation. The question still is, will Senate Republicans keep bowing to Donald Trump and enabling his lies every step of the way? When will they have the guts to stand up to him? Because they know he's lying. Because that is what Donald Trump is. Donald Trump is a liar through and through. It's been his MO his whole life. I've seen that in New York. He's lied to the American people, lied about the economy, about fixing inflation, about peace in Europe and the Middle East, lied about Epstein, the Epstein files, lied about elections, lied about Social Security and Medicaid. One lie after another and another. Let's start with the economy and Donald Trump's tariffs. Donald Trump said his tariffs would bring liberation to America. This has turned out to be one big, fat lie. Companies are losing revenues, shedding jobs, raising costs. Just look at companies, great American companies like John Deere and Caterpillar. They're strong, they're solid, they've always been a rock of America. But last month, they reported losses in the hundreds of millions and layoffs in the hundreds. Why? Donald Trump did it. Nothing to do with farm conditions. The tariffs did it. Or look at retailers like Target and Walmart, not to mention every grocery store chain in America. They're all raising prices. Hormel, they're raising the price of pork and beef. J.M. Smucker, which runs Folgers and Dunkin' Donuts and other coffee brands, said prices for its products will keep going up. Why? Trump's tariffs, plain and simple, no ands, ifs, or buts. But of course, Donald Trump will lie to the American people about his failures. As we've said, that's been his MO all along. Here's what he said on Monday. He said on Monday, he tweeted that prices are way down in the U.S. with virtually no inflation. Every single person in America knows that's a lie. Anyone who buys anything knows it's a lie. Every one of the 77 million Americans who voted for Trump, they know he's lying. They know it when they go to the supermarket or try to buy something. They see higher prices at the grocery store when paying their electric bills, higher prices when buying school supplies, and yet the MAGA bots and Fox News propagandists, which always seem to want to cover up for Donald Trump, will pretend he's right, just so they can keep on sucking up to him. It's pathological, it's delusional, it's more lies. And nowhere is the Trump psychosis more evident than in gas prices. President Trump, listen to this, President Trump claims that gas prices are under $2 when every single American driver knows that's a lie. Maybe for the MAGA extremists, this is the point, unfortunately. Maybe this is their idea of success. Maybe MAGA radicals are perfectly fine having Americans pay more for produce, for meat, for gas, so long as masked agents can arrest Uber drivers right off our streets, so long as billionaires get their tax cuts, so long as Medicaid recipients lose their coverage and Social Security gets privatized. Maybe that's MAGA's idea of a golden age, but for the rest of America, this is chaos. And if Donald Trump is not running America's economy when Donald Trump is not running America's economy to the ground, he's been busy incinerating America's reputation on the world stage. He's rolling out the red carpet for Vladimir Putin. He brags about stopping wars that still rage on. He has failed to stop the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, failed to end the war, and failed to bring the hostages held by Hamas home. He creates problems so he can pretend to solve them. That's what he does. He creates a problem, creates a real mess, and then he says, oh, I've solved it, when nothing like that has ever happened in so many areas. The only foreign policy accomplishment Donald Trump has under his belt is bringing India, China, and Russia closer together, thanks to his unbelievable stupid tariffs and his lack of understanding of how diplomacy works and how to get along with people in countries. Listen to this. He's even obsessed, for some strange reason, with winning the Nobel Prize. And he's even phoned foreign leaders asking them to recommend him for the award. Have we ever had a president so pathetic? So pathetic? Frankly, does this sound like someone who's firing on all cylinders? I think we know the answer to that. Everyone listening today knows the answer to that deep down in their hearts, including my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, even if they won't dare say it aloud. They're afraid of him. They know he threatens them and brandishes everything over them. Egos are often part of the territory in politics, but I have never seen a bully in the Oval Office with such a nakedly fragile ego. Earlier today, I got to see that ego in all its ugly glory while I was driving to the Capitol. Driving past the Department of Labor, I got to see, as many others have, the massive banners that have Donald Trump's face airbrushed on them. A number of these banners are going up all across Washington. For generations, Americans have looked at these kinds of images and laughed at them, snickered at them, because they're such obvious signs of deep insecurity. Lenin, Stalin, Mao, Putin, Kim Jong-un, and other bullies throughout history have depended on these images because they were desperate to seem powerful and important and untouchable. Yet, here we are, America, 2025, and we have an insecure bully in the Oval Office who orders his sycophantic cabinet secretaries to grovel to him at cabinet meetings. Have you ever watched one of these meetings? It's embarrassing. Who can suck up more to Donald Trump as he beams, even though what they're saying has very little truth? And how about adorning the face of buildings in our city with his picture? It's laughable that Donald Trump says he wants to make Washington more beautiful, and yet at the same time plasters his face all over our buildings, these beautiful buildings that have been built for so long and stood for so much to so many. And you know what else is even more pathetic about this president? Pulling a power grab in red states and trying to redraw maps. And why is he doing it? Because he knows the American people reject his agenda. He knows that the American people are ready to punish his party at the ballot box because his proposals are so harmful to people. No president who thinks he can win by virtue of his ideas alone would feel like he must rig the rules and pick his own voters instead of the other way around, the voters picking him. Yet that's what Donald Trump's doing right now, pushing Republicans in Texas and in other red states across the country to gerrymander their way into power, to rig the game because they can't win the game fair and square. I ask again, have we ever had a president so pathetic, so pathological as Donald Trump? Finally, Mr. President, no discussion of Donald Trump's incompetence and lies would be complete without talking about health care. Now, what is Donald Trump's signature domestic accomplishment? Tell me, what is it? He would say it's undoubtedly the so-called big, beautiful bill, but Americans are learning every day, more and more Americans learn that it's nothing more than a big betrayal. Big betrayal. The biggest cuts to health care and food assistance and good-paying jobs in American history. Donald Trump's signature feat in office is throwing people off Medicaid. Can you imagine? To make life better for those at the very, very top. He's destroying the ACA marketplaces, sending costs skyrocketing for millions of Americans. They're going to learn about this as early as next month. And who are we kidding? We know that Medicare is next. We all know his Treasury Secretary gloated that they found a way to hurt Medicare in the so-called big, beautiful bill. I was in New York last month, and I spoke with countless New York doctors and hospital managers and nurses and parents and patients who are frustrated and worried that hospitals will close, costs will go up, people who need coverage won't be able to get it. The mom who has a daughter with cancer and can no longer get help and watches that child suffer, and the mom suffers too. Thanks to Donald Trump and Senate Republicans, health care costs are going to increase for every American in the country. And it's not just, you say, well, I'm not on Medicaid, I'm not on Medicare, and the ACA. Even people with private insurance will see their costs go up and go up significantly. Rural Americans will see their hospitals close. It's happening already in states like Nebraska and Maine. And this isn't theoretical, it's real. And meanwhile, while all this devastation is going on, we have an HHS secretary, instead of looking out for the health care of American people, he's firing thousands of federal workers, he's canceling medical research, and he's promoting cod liver oil supplements to treat diseases like measles. This is crackpot nonsense. My Senate colleagues know that. They know that what RFK Jr. doing is dangerous. The damage RFK Jr. is causing right now will be felt for generations, and so many of our kids and grandkids will suffer. More of our kids will die from preventable diseases. The damage will be long-lasting. Donald Trump should fire RFK Jr. immediately. Senate Republicans should come out of hiding and demand Trump fire RFK too. They see the damage. They read the insane things he says day after day after day. They know the immense harm RFK poses to our kids the longer he stays in place. Every second that RFK is running our healthcare system is a healthcare crisis of its own, and he cannot be allowed to continue to lead this agency. So, Mr. President, in conclusion, the challenges I've mentioned today are just a few that plague America. They are a result of Donald Trump's pathetic leadership and his incessant lies. And I lay all of this at the feet of my Republican colleagues. They could stop it. I ask my Republican colleagues, will you join us in making things right, in putting a stop to Donald Trump's madness, in protecting our kids and lowering costs, in setting America back on the right track and making our neighborhoods safe? Or will you keep bowing down before the throne of Donald Trump, the erstwhile king? We ask you not to turn your back on the vision of our founders, not to let America slide down the road to autocracy. And that is an expensive autocracy, for that matter, where Americans pay more and more and more for rent, electricity, groceries, things like that. Senate Republicans can't pretend they're helpless against Donald Trump. The majority in this chamber, the majority, could very easily undo what he does. They have the power to rein in his worst impulses. Republicans just need to make the decision for themselves, to act, to stand up, to put the needs of people back home ahead of Donald Trump's narcissistic wishes. We have an opportunity this month, to start setting things right by advancing common sense legislation to protect our health care, to hold the line against Trump's abuses, and to reverse the immense harmful Medicaid cuts that Trump and Republicans pushed in the summer. Will Senate Republicans continue to kowtow to a leader they know is dragging the country down, they know is a pathological liar? Or will they, as the Founding Fathers intended, stand up to him? Will they help us fight America's slide into authoritarianism? Will they help us give the American people some hope in the future and prevent their costs from continuing to rise? This month will tell us in which direction they choose. I yield the floor. Thank you.
President.
The Democratic whip.
Mr. President, I listened carefully to my friend John Thune, the Republican leader. We have known one another and served together for many years. We have worked on issues together, and I think we will continue to. Though we disagree on many political things, I respect him, and I hope he respects me. He made a plea to the Senate that we have more voice votes, more unanimous consent requests for nominations. He went through the history of this chamber, and certainly it bears repeating, and it's certainly true that in the past there were many more voice votes than there are today. What's the difference between a record vote and a voice vote? Time. Time is so precious here. We only meet for a few days each week and a few hours each day. You need more time if there are more roll call votes. It takes anywhere from 20 minutes to 2 hours to complete a vote. A voice vote, of course, is instantaneous. And so the leader, Republican leader, Mr. Thune, is asking for more and more voice votes, and he recounts the history of this chamber to make his case. There's one chapter that he failed to admit and failed to concede, and that was what happened in the last year of the Biden administration. I'm a member, was then chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, and I'm a member of that committee to this day. One of the most important responsibilities of a president is to fill the 90-plus U.S. attorney spots all across the United States that represent the Department of Justice. These are men and women who are on the firing line in the enforcement of law, and it's critical that these appointments be confirmed as quickly as possible. Under the administration of President Donald Trump in his first term, all 90-plus U.S. attorneys were approved by voice vote, all of them. There was one that became controversial and was later reconsidered and removed, but all of the 90-plus U.S. attorneys, Trump's first term, voice vote. What happened when Joe Biden defeated Donald Trump, and he did defeat him, and became president of the United States and tried to do the same thing, to fill up the spots of U.S. attorneys? We were doing quite well, following the precedent that had been around for years under leaders of both parties, and following the precedent of President Trump's first term. We were doing quite well until one senator objected, and in the Senate that can stop the train. That senator was J.D. Vance of Ohio. He came to the floor and made it clear that he would no longer allow us to have a unanimous consent to move to a voice vote on U.S. attorneys. The vacancies in the positions for U.S. attorney had to be filled by record vote, just what Senator Thune is objecting to these days. He insisted, J.D. Vance of Ohio, U.S. Senator, insisted that no voice votes for U.S. attorneys from that point forward would take place. I went to the floor on 6 or 7 different occasions begging him to reconsider that position, saying to him, the day may come when your party, the Republican Party, has a president who wants to fill U.S. attorney slots by voice vote, and we'll have the J.D. Vance precedent that says you can't do it. He didn't care. He wouldn't budge. He stuck to that position. As a consequence, almost 30 U.S. attorneys under President Joe Biden were not approved. So I'd say to Leader Thune, be honest about your analysis of the situation. If we are going to do something by way of reform, I'd like to be at the table, particularly when it applies to U.S. attorneys and judges. But we should do this in a fashion that's fair to both political parties. And I might also say that though the U.S. attorneys are virtually subject to a blue slip, it means that some of them will receive the approval of Democrats. We have that case right now. I can point to states, specific states, where Democratic attorneys have given a blue slip approval of U.S. attorney nominees. That, to me, is an important factor that should be brought into this conversation. And I might also say that from the Republican side, if they will sit down and be fair with us in terms of Democratic appointments, we need to be fair back to them. That, I think, would mean turning our back on the J.D. Vance precedent that we are living under ever since. So I hope that we can do something positive for the good of the Senate. Mr. President, back home in Illinois, there's one item of news when it comes to Washington, D.C. When or if Donald Trump is going to send in the troops. In June, President Trump deployed the military against American citizens when he sent National Guard troops and 700 active duty Marines in Los Angeles in an attempt to crush protests against his administration's cruel immigration raids. Last month, the president took the unwarranted step of federalizing Washington, D.C. police force and sending thousands of National Guardsmen to patrol our nation's capital. For months now, President Trump has been looking for any excuse to send National Guard troops and active duty forces into American communities. And over the past few weeks, he has boasted that, quote, Chicago will be next. Let me be clear. This would be yet another dangerous, illegal, and unconstitutional abuse of power by President Donald Trump. The president claims his actions are meant to drive down crime and restore order, but all they have done is create a political spectacle, political theater. He ignores the reality that violent crime is down in the District of Columbia and in Chicago, and he ignores the fact that under our Constitution, the power to maintain law and order belongs to the states. That doesn't matter to Donald Trump. Only thing that matters to him are the optics, continuing to push the limits of our Constitution and the rule of law as he abuses his office. Using the military to occupy an American city in the absence of an emergency politicizes the institution, erodes civilian control of the armed forces, and places unnecessary burdens on service members, families, and employers. There are also troubling reports that federal law enforcement officers could operate out of the Naval Station Great Lakes, where the Navy trains thousands of new recruits a year. We are so proud of the Great Lakes Naval Training Station. Every single member of the United States Navy on the enlisted side goes through basic training in our state in the Great Lakes Naval Training Station. My brother, who was a volunteer serving in the Navy in the Korean War, went through that training in his day. It is a magnificent facility, and over the time that I've served in Congress, in the House and the Senate, it's been my honor to make sure that it's the very best training center in the world. Supporting law enforcement is not the core mission of the United States Navy or the National Guard, and it distracts our troops from preparing to respond to real threats from our adversaries around the world. We were just notified recently that there have been secret plans underway for a long period of time. The Pentagon has been developing plans for military deployment for weeks. The plans reportedly include several options, including mobilizing thousands of National Guard troops this month to restore law and order, so to speak, in areas where they're cracking down on crime, homelessness, and undocumented immigration. But in most instances, legal and constitutional instances, the use of federalized troops or the use of federal troops requires the approval and consent of the governor of the state. That is not the case, certainly, in Illinois. It also takes a financial toll on our readiness. We're going to start considering the National Defense Authorization Act this evening here in the United States Senate. It's an important bill, one of the most important, and it has a history of always being passed every single year. I hope we can maintain that kind of commitment. But that bill is passed and popular and bipartisan because it does something that is critical. It authorizes the funding for the troops that defend our nation. We work long and hard on it. I'm not a member of that committee, but I know they spend hours in debate on each and every provision of the bill, then come to the floor and are subject many times to amendments on the floor. It takes a week or sometimes two or more to get it done, but it's that important. Why do we spend so much time? To make sure that our military has the money that they need to keep America safe, our first responsibility. And now we have this prospect that even if we pass this bill, that some other agencies of this government, for some other political reason, in this case, massive deportation, are going to be using the Department of Defense funds. I offered an amendment in the Appropriations Committee where I serve that said if any other agency of government takes money away from the Department of Defense for another purpose, it has to be reimbursed. If we are going to stand by our men and women in uniform and make sure that they're adequately financed, we cannot allow these raids that are being considered by the Trump administration. For example, The cost of Donald Trump's deployment of troops to Los Angeles was estimated at $134 million. And some experts calculate the mission in District of Columbia cost the Department of Defense and taxpayers $1 million a day. $1 million a day. While the National Guard is meant to serve American communities in true emergencies like pandemics and natural disasters, what is it doing in D.C. at the President's request? Patrolling neighborhoods for political theater, picking up trash and spreading mulch. Give me a break. These men and women are being trained to defend our country. They're being used by this president for political purposes in the District of Columbia. In Chicago, crime rates may be unacceptably high, and I don't doubt that in some categories, but they have been on a steady decline for years, and we are already pursuing successful community-based strategies to deter crime. We're reaching out to the most vulnerable members of our communities, directly and personally, working with trusted and trained leaders who understand the impact that trauma can have on communities. We can work together, but it doesn't mean that Donald Trump shoves it down our throats. We want to cooperate with him. We have programs that he failed to fund in this budget cycle that we believe are critical for the maintenance of the diminishment of these criminal experiences. This is being accomplished through community-based violence intervention and prevention, which represents a historic federal investment in programs designed to help prevent and reduce violent crime. But these programs have been cut by the Trump administration. The initiative supports evidence-based violence intervention and prevention based on partnerships. It combats crime by collecting data, identifying trends, developing strategies, and sharing these practices. Ask professional law enforcement, and they will tell you in virtually every conversation on the subject, you can't arrest your way out of a crime wave. You've got to analyze the basic causes of crime and what to do about it. Of course, dangerous people should be arrested and should pay the price for their wrongdoing. But a strategy that reduces violent crime over any long period of time takes more than that. Replacing these efforts with troops not trained for urban policing risk alienating residents, destabilizing neighborhoods, and harming the National Guard's reputation. And I tell you, over the years, I've come to be a big fan of the National Guard. They're there when we need them. We shouldn't overuse them. We shouldn't abuse them. We shouldn't put them in jobs they're not trained for. That's exactly what the Trump administration is doing in the District of Columbia and threatening to do in Illinois. And incidentally, there's one common fact that belies any objectivity in this effort. You would think if the president were setting out to eliminate crime across America, he could find many examples in red states and blue states, states that supported him and states that didn't. All he's found are the areas that were voting for Joseph Biden in the election in 2020. And those states are the state of California, the state of Illinois, District of Columbia. Now he's threatening to move into Maryland. So if he's going after crime, why is he ignoring the states of Louisiana, Mississippi, Arkansas, Tennessee, or Texas? Why? Because they voted for him for president. He doesn't see crime in those states, and there's just as much, if not more, as there is in the state of Illinois, and yet he focuses attention only on blue states. All of these states that I mentioned have violent crime rates, high violent crime rates. But President Trump doesn't target them because they're led by Republican officials. That's it. It's a political decision. Trump's power grab sets a precedent that any president could invoke to deny troops, to deploy troops anywhere without an actual emergency. He was called to task by a judge in California on that just this week, and I'm sure that would be contested. He's reinforcing a pattern of targeting large cities with significant Black and Latino populations, undermining trust between law enforcement and the community. The founders of this nation understood that an unchecked power to turn the military on American people themselves poses a grave threat to democracy and individual liberty. Trump's decision to deploy the military in American cities is more fitting for an authoritarian regime than the democracy that our nation's founding fathers fought for. These tactics are all smoke and mirror to distract from the real issues facing us. Trump is hoping the American people will forget about his so-called big, beautiful budget that rips away health care and food aid from millions across America, all to give tax breaks to the wealthiest, or forget how his reckless tariff policies are increasing the cost on everyday goods and essentials that working people rely on, or forget about the Epstein cover-up being orchestrated by this White House. Well, America won't forget, and will continue to hold Donald Trump's feet to the fire where it counts. As a ranking member of Senate Judiciary and the senator from the state of Illinois, I will not sit idly by while this president tramples over the Constitution. I will use every tool at my disposal to protect our constitutional system of checks and balances and individual liberties that define us as Americans, from Los Angeles to Chicago to the District of Columbia and everywhere in between. We will continue to put pressure on this administration to explain to the American people why we would waste millions of dollars appropriated for the defense of this country on a political stunt by this president that applies only to blue states that went for Joe Biden in the 2020 election. The bottom line is the American people want to be safe in their homes and their neighborhoods and safe as a nation. This strategy by Donald Trump is not going to achieve that goal. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session and consider calendar numbers 262.
The questions on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary, Maria A. Lanahan of Missouri to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District.
President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
Clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Maria A. Lanahan of Missouri to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Missouri, signed by 17 senators as follows.
As consent, the reading of the names be waived,
Without objection.
and I move to proceed to legislative session.
Questions on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion's agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session and consider calendar number 291.
The questions on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion's agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary, Edward L. Artau of Florida to be United States District Judge for the Southern District.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Edward L. Artau of Florida to be United States District Judge for the Southern District of Florida, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived,
Without objection.
and I ask consent that the Senate resume legislative session.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the motion to proceed to calendar number 115, S2296.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The senator from Rhode Island.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise to discuss the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2026. The Armed Services Committee approved this bill in July by a wide bipartisan vote of 26-1. I appreciated the opportunity to work with Senator Wicker and commend him for his leadership in this regard. Also, my colleagues on the committee who worked to produce this bill that we are now considering on the floor. But before I turn to the details of the bill, I must take a moment to address the ongoing deployment of National Guard troops here in the Capitol and across the country. Over the past several months, President Trump has drastically escalated his use of the military for political purposes. First in Los Angeles, in fact, a judge today found that it violated the Posse Comitatus Act, his actions. Now in Washington, and very likely soon in other major cities. The President has abused his power as Commander-in-Chief to order thousands of military service members to conduct law enforcement on American streets. And this is antithetical to the core principles of our country. Our military is there to fight our wars. Police officers under local jurisdiction are there to enforce the laws. And then there are federal laws that can be enforced by federal authorities, not military personnel. Now, I've always been a proponent of strong law enforcement and safety in our communities. It's why I've supported the COPS and the BURN JAG programs, among others. But using military forces to police American citizens blurs the vital line between civilian law enforcement and the armed forces, and it damages public trust. Public trust in the military is hard won and easily lost. And I fear the President is causing severe harm to that relationship. These deployments threaten the very freedoms our service members swear to protect. And I urge my Republican colleagues to join us in calling for them to end immediately this lawless use of military personnel to enforce the civil laws of the United States. To that end, the fiscal year 2026 NDAA establishes important congressional oversight of defense support to civil authorities. The bill reinstates mandatory training for all service members on the rules of engagement, domestic operations, ethics, and the code of conduct to prevent escalation during deployments on American soil, legal deployments, under both Title 10 and Title 32. It requires personnel deployed alongside law enforcement to wear clear service identification on their uniforms and ensures military lawyers remain fully qualified and in good standing. The bill also mandates reviews of military costs incurred supporting the Department of Homeland Security, reporting on the use of military facilities for migrant detention, and transparency when military aircraft and resources are diverted for immigration enforcement. We are accumulating a multi-million-dollar bill in the Department of Defense for functions that are the responsibility of the Department of Homeland Security. That's not smart spending. That's not a wise investment in our military. Together, the provisions I described provide greater assurances that when our troops are deployed domestically and legally, their role is tightly defined, accountable, and consistent with American values. More broadly, is a defense bill that is laser-focused on the threats we face. It addresses a broad range of pressing issues, from strategic competition with China and Russia to countering threats from Iran, North Korea, and violent extremists. The bill authorizes important investments in key technologies like artificial intelligence, unmanned systems, and hypersonics, and makes real progress toward modernizing our ships, aircraft, and combat vehicles. Most importantly, this NDAA delivers key wins for service members and their families. It authorizes a 3.8% pay raise for our troops and provides important new resources such as improved housing and barracks, additional child care assistance benefits, and expanded programs to address traumatic brain injuries. It also strengthens education support for military children and requires more transparency in how pay and housing allowances are calculated. Our greatest asset in this country are the men and women of our armed forces. They deserve and they've earned these benefits. And bringing into the military qualified Americans from all ranks and all sections and all regions of both genders is critical to the success of our military forces. Additionally, this bill reaffirms America's role on the world stage. It extends and expands the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative and commits the Department of Defense to continue providing military and intelligence support to Ukraine. It also strengthens our alliances in Asia by fully funding the Pacific Deterrence Initiative and providing new authorities for U.S. military cooperation with Taiwan. The bill would help modernize our partnership with Japan and the Philippines and ensure our defense industrial base works hand in hand with other allies to counter shared threats. Importantly, the bill will also prohibit any reckless reductions in our force posture in Europe and the Indo-Pacific. Building upon progress directed by Congress the past several years, this year bill further improves defense acquisition processes by enabling the department to rapidly invest in and field cutting-edge commercial technologies. By improving defense small business programs and partnerships with high-tech companies, this legislation will help meet the defense, industrial, and civilian needs of the United States. Similarly, to compete successfully abroad, our military services and combatant commanders must have the resources they need. This legislation broadly supports the procurement of naval vessels, combat aircraft, armored vehicles, weapon systems, and munitions requested in the President's defense budget for fiscal year 2026. The bill provides additional funding for the procurement of Virginia and Columbia-class submarines, which are critical to power projection and deterrence around the world. Importantly, this NDAA also provides greater predictability and stability in our naval acquisition programs and improves the United States shipbuilding infrastructure through modernization efforts. And as we navigate the threats of nuclear escalation from Russia and increasing capabilities from China, this defense bill strengthens our deterrence strategy by helping to modernize the U.S. nuclear triad. It makes progress in ensuring the safety, security, and reliability of our nuclear stockpile, our delivery systems, and our infrastructure. Increasing capacity in theater and homeland missile defense, and strengthening non-proliferation programs. There are many more provisions in this bill that will help equip the department and our warfighters with the tools they need to succeed. And I look forward to discussing them throughout this process on the floor. Let me conclude by once again thanking Senator Wicker and my colleagues for working thoughtfully on a bipartisan basis to develop this important piece of legislation. And I look forward to a very thoughtful debate on the issues that face our national defense and our Department of Defense. And with that, Mr. President, I would yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Hey, John. Senator from Mississippi.
Mr. President, the Senate is about to take up this year's National Defense Authorization
Excuse me,
Act.
the Senate is in a quorum call.
Well, I ask unanimous consent that that quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, the Senate is about to take up this year's National Defense Authorization Act. My colleagues and I on the Senate Armed Services Committee have worked hard to bring this bill to the floor for consideration by all of our fellow senators, and we bring it to our colleagues with a resounding committee action. In our committee markup, we voted in a landslide, 26 yeses and only 1 nay, to advance the bill, a nearly unanimous endorsement of this legislation. My colleagues and I have spent the past 7 months listening to the nation's top military officials. These officials from commands stationed all over the world have detailed the dangerous threat environment facing the United States. This NDAA is a direct response to their testimony. In our overwhelmingly positive committee vote, we sent a clear message. We agree with the testimony of our military officials. Both Republicans and Democrats agree that we are not where we need to be on national defense. This bill helps close that gap. The committee's fiscal year 2026 NDAA is focused on 2 themes: rebuild and reform. Again, by a vote of 26-1, we adopted a bill with a $924.7 billion top line, an increase that recognizes the urgent need to rebuild our military. We also adopted numerous reforms to the Pentagon's antiquated business processes captured in my Forged Act the most significant acquisition reform proposal in decades. This NDAA will help rebuild the U.S. military so that our service members are better equipped for the threats of the 21st century. This bill makes investments in cutting-edge technology such as artificial intelligence, cyber defenses, drone production, and the means to defend ourselves against drones. We authorized a 3.8% pay raise for service members, and we expanded programs to continue President Trump's successful military recruitment surge. This NDAA supports the DoD's role in border security and rolls back statutory requirements for diversity, equity, and inclusion programs at the Pentagon. Throughout, we sought to give the President the tools needed to keep the homeland safe. This NDAA helps equip the United States to counter the Chinese Communist Party. The committee included authorizations to replenish munitions used earlier this year against Iran, to accelerate shipbuilding, to support the Golden Dome initiative, and many other important initiatives. This National Defense Authorization Act would bring the Pentagon's acquisition process into the modern day. For one example, in just a single provision of this bill, we repeal 86 outdated or unnecessary acquisition policies. Actions like that help turn the page on an outdated system as we look to the future. This bill streamlines decision-making processes at the Pentagon and brings more competition to the procurement process. The committee recognizes that America is full of innovators who are developing exactly the kinds of technologies that dominate the battlefields of the 21st century. We produced an NDAA that taps into that talent. Our deliberations resulted in an overwhelming vote count. Perhaps one reason for such a consensus was that our drafting process was collaborative and involved. The bill contains 985 items that were driven by members of this body. Of that, 78 items were member requests for military construction. Another 136 items came from senators requesting budget increases for procurement, operations, and maintenance, and research and development. And 771 items were policy ideas directly responding to member requests. In total, those 985 items totaled 60 more than last year and are a sign of a strong bipartisan consensus that we need to move quickly to modernize our armed forces, as those statistics bear out. This is a highly member-driven bill. Our committee markup was characterized by that same collaborative spirit. We conducted 49 votes on amendments, working from 9:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m., only 10 hours, perhaps a record. And I'm certain it was an efficient and effective process. As I look at that 26-1 committee vote, have I emphasized that enough, Mr. President? A 26 yes, 1 no committee vote. I want to thank my colleagues on the committee. My dear friend, the ranking member, Jack Reed of Rhode Island, has already spoken. He deserves credit. He and his colleagues contributed thoughtful and decisive ideas to this bill, and our staffs worked closely throughout the process. As I prepare to conclude, may I stress that a regular order process will always yield the best results. I regret that last summer the NDAA was not given full consideration on the Senate floor. This is our opportunity to correct that. I'm confident that Leader Thune will want to do things differently this week and next. We need an open amendment process undertaken in the light of day. My fellow senators have already filed hundreds of amendments. The American people deserve to see how their elected officials are voting on important national security matters. It has not been that long since we've had an open amendment process with multiple managers' packages and dozens of votes. As recently as 2023, we considered 900 amendments during floor debate, and we adopted 121 of them. the most amendments adopted to the Senate NDAA in years. We could do it again, Mr. President, and I ask my colleagues to join us in showing this great body working as the founders intended. In an increasingly dangerous world, this is our moment to provide a strong national defense. My colleagues on the Armed Services Committee stand fully behind this bill. We're eager to begin working with the rest of our colleagues in the Senate as we consider this year's National Defense Authorization Act on the floor. Let's have a resounding yes vote in just a few minutes, and then let's get to work. Do we need to go into a quorum call?
Senator from Mississippi.
I ask unanimous consent that the previously scheduled roll call vote commence immediately.
Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the motion to proceed to calendar number 115 as 2296, bill to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2026 for military activities of the Department of Defense and so forth, and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call, Rule 22, has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the motion to proceed to S2296, a bill to authorize appropriations for the fiscal year 2026 for military activities of the Department of Defense, for military construction, and for defense activities of the Department of Energy, to prescribe military personnel strengths for such fiscal year, and for other purposes shall be brought to a close. The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis.
Aye.
Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Bozeman, Britt, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Duckworth, Fetterman, Fisher, Gallego, Kim, Moran, Moreno, Murphy, Peters, Reed, Risch, Tuberville, Wicker. Senators voting in the negative: Kennedy, Merkley. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Langford, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, Ms. Blunt Rochester, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Ms. Hirono, Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Hawley, Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Ms. Markowski, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Ms. Also Brooks, aye. Mr. Welch, no. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Warnock, Mr. Warnock. Aye. Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Sullivan. Aye.
You just never know. You might keep house hours. I
Mr. Lee, Mr. Lee. Aye. Ms. Lummis, Ms. Lummis. Aye. Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schiff. Aye. Mrs. Shaheen, Mrs. Shaheen. Aye. Mr. Haggerty, Mr. Haggerty. Aye. Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Ricketts. Aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Hickenlooper. Aye. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Cruz. Aye. Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy. Aye. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen. No. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner. Aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand. Aye. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin. No. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz. No. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray. Aye. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren. No. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin. Aye. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons.
Yes, thank you.
Aye. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer. Aye. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar. Aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye.
I'm so happy for you. Just a minute, I have to work. The ayes, on this vote, the ayes are 84, the nays are 14. 3/5 of the Senate duly chosen and sworn have voted in the affirmative. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President,
Senator from Rhode Island.
Mr. President, I rise today with my colleague, Senator Whitehouse, to pay tribute to a legendary Rhode Islander, Judge Frank T. Caprio, whose limitless compassion while serving as the Chief Judge of the Municipal Court of Providence made him a beloved figure, not only in Rhode Island, but around the world. Judge Caprio's illustrious career was marked by a special dedication to serving others, and it spanned nearly 40 years with the Providence Municipal Court, where he established a reputation for his empathy in the application of justice. Judge Caprio passed away on August 20th, 2025, at the age of 88, after a long and courageous battle with pancreatic cancer. In his signature, optimistic, and heartwarming way, Judge Caprio did not let his diagnosis dampen his good spirits, and he continued to spread his warmth to the many fans he earned through the Emmy-nominated television show Court in Providence. This show, Court in Providence, was a worldwide phenomenon. It was picked up virtually all across the globe, which made him an international celebrity, not just a local Rhode Island personality. Through national syndication and social media, the nicest judge in the world scored legions of admirers. Following his example, we want to take a moment to honor his legacy, which will undoubtedly continue to live on through the many lives he touched in the courtroom and throughout the world. Let me be very, very clear. Frank Caprio was a great man. His greatness came from two fundamental principles. He never forgot where he came from and who he came from. As a son of an immigrant father and a Providence native mother, Judge Caprio grew up in the Italian neighborhood of Federal Hill in Providence, just down the street from the courthouse where he presided. He learned from his father to work hard and to help others whenever possible. He spoke often of shining shoes to make a little extra cash, as well as his father's apt advice to always put himself in the other person's shoes, to understand who people are and what brought them to where they are today. His message as a judge was never about punishment. He saw people first and saw fairness and justice. He was committed not just to enforce the law, but to do justice. In word and deed, Judge Caprio exemplified his father's advice. Speaking with CBS News after his diagnosis, again demonstrating his unyielding humility, Judge Caprio said, and I quote, "I'm just a small-town municipal court judge, just trying to do good. That's how I am. I try to take into consideration the circumstances surrounding the people before me. And remember what my dad told me. When someone appears before you, put yourself in their shoes. Imagine it's you before them. How do you want to be treated?" As much as he tried to play down his contributions, Judge Caprio was much more than a small-town municipal court judge. He was the premier example of noble public service and the embodiment of the ideal form of justice, one that focuses less on punishment and judgment and more on overcoming our mistakes, seeking forgiveness, and forging a stronger community. Before his time in the court, his dedication to service was apparent. He was a teacher, a member of the Rhode Island Army National Guard, and a local elected official. Judge Caprio was also a dedicated lawyer, an accomplished restaurateur, and a business owner. He also treasured the wisdom of his parents, shared and valued the opportunities that education brought him. He wanted to see others share in that success, so he worked to create scholarships and served for a decade as chairman of the Rhode Island Board of Governors of Education. Judge Caprio's compassion and generosity inspired the best in others. After seeing his kindness online and on TV, viewers from around the world sent in unsolicited donations to support Judge Caprio's mission. So many donations, in fact, they inspired the establishment of a fund known as the Philomena Fund, which was named after Judge Caprio's beloved mother. The fund celebrates the generosity of his mother, a trait so clearly inherited by Judge Caprio. Even after Judge Caprio's retirement, the Philomena Fund continues to support charitable work in and around his beloved neighborhood of Federal Hill. His support for philanthropic causes and the scholarships he established to support those seeking to make a difference in their community further exemplified Judge Caprio's work to lift up those around him. A true believer in the power of empathy, Judge Caprio used his wit, wisdom, and grace to make the world a better place. He often said, "Kindness is the one gift that costs nothing but means everything." A humble and benevolent man of integrity, Judge Caprio was bestowed with the Mother Teresa Award for Social Justice in 2023. Judge Caprio was a mentor to generations of Rhode Island leaders. I always enjoyed catching up with him over a cup of coffee. We spoke of current events, the state of our nation, and about our families. I valued his wisdom, optimism, and sensibility. And I remember him fondly for his generous spirit, his personal example of leadership, and indeed, his many, many kindnesses to me. Along with Senator Whitehouse, I want to express our deepest condolences to Judge Caprio's beloved wife of more than 60 years, Joyce. I also want to extend my condolences to Judge Caprio's entire family, Frank, David, Marissa, John, and Paul, his children, along with his 7 grandchildren and 2 great-grandchildren, who filled him with enormous joy. Know that your husband, father, grandfather, and great-grandfather is a shining example of a great man and a cherished public servant. Through you, his love and empathy will live on. And now, I yield to my colleague, Senator Whitehouse, continue this tribute to this truly good and decent man whose life has brought honor to every Rhode Islander. Mr. President, I yield to my colleague.
Mr. President,
The Senator from Rhode Island.
I thank Senator Reid, and I'm very cognizant of the honor of having the chance to reflect on Judge Frank Caprio, who was indeed, as Senator Reid has said, a Rhode Island legend. Judge Caprio was Rhode Island through and through. He was born on Federal Hill, an iconic Italian-American neighborhood in Providence. He started helping his milkman father at about age 10. A lot of the apartments there were three-decker tenements. Somebody had to run the milk bottles up to that third floor. An energetic 10-year-old was just the one to do it. He went on to study in Providence's public schools and to earn money, served as a dishwasher and a shoe shiner while he was a student. He graduated and went on to Providence College, first in his family of dozens of cousins to attend college. And of course, he graduated. And then he went back to teach at Hope High School to give back to the Providence school system that had lifted him up and taught him so well. He also served in Rhode Island's Army National Guard for years. Eventually, he became a lawyer. Wasn't easy. He had to work, so he had to take night classes up in Boston. And Providence to Boston for night classes is a considerable effort. He became a Providence city councilman, and ultimately, he became chief judge of the Providence Municipal Court. Chief judge for 38 years. It was there where the man found his mission, and the mission found its man. And that was, while presiding over literally thousands of cases, to become an exemplar of what is right and what is decent when somebody is coming before you having a very bad day. He heard cases related to unpaid parking tickets and traffic violations, and he listened to everyone who came before him. His authenticity quickly captured the hearts and minds of Rhode Islanders. His TV show, From the Courtroom, Caught in Providence, first became a treasure of Rhode Island public access TV, but then it exploded. Judge Caprio and his court officer and straight man, Ziggy Quinn, turned the tedium of traffic court into a beloved and endearing human spectacle, and people from around the world tuned in. People told to Judge Caprio their stories of personal hardship, and he listened. Whenever he could, he gave the benefit of the doubt and offered advice and encouragement, delivered in that signature Federal Hill voice. Sometimes there were tears of relief. Sometimes there was laughter. Some of those moments went viral online, racking up more than 1 billion views. People were attracted to Judge Caprio because he did not fake authenticity. He was the real deal. The show became nationally syndicated in 2018, and when that syndication deal was announced, Judge Caprio called it a dream. It was wonderful that he could have his dream come true in his lifetime. So the world got to witness Judge Caprio's compassion. The empathetic judge from Rhode Island became an ambassador for our capital city and for our state and for his solid old school values. He did it his way, and we all got to enjoy it. At the end, stricken with pancreatic cancer, he was still giving back and still being compassionate. At the last Purple Stride, pancreatic cancer walk that he attended, he and I sat next to each other for 15 minutes, chatting and catching up. He was by then quite the celebrity. He could have hustled in and hustled back out, gone to do other things. No, he wanted to just hang out with people and be there and make sure that the entire proceedings went off well. He did not treat himself as a star, but he was one. Judge Caprio's son, David, said that the judge's parting advice to him was this: take care of each other, keep the family close, and help people if you can. That sums it up nicely. I offer my condolences to his wife, Joyce, of more than 60 years, and to their 5 children, David, who also served in government in Rhode Island, Marissa, Frank, who also served in government in Rhode Island as our treasurer, Paul, and John. Quite a family. It's lost its patriarch. Our hearts are with them. I yield the floor.
Mr. President, I note the absolute quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President,
Senator from Wyoming.
I ask unanimous consent to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed with the immediate consideration of calendar number 126 S1038.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 126 S1038, a bill to direct the Attorney General to include a data field in the National Missing and Unidentified Person System, and so forth and for other purposes.
Is there an objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the committee reported substitute amendment be agreed to. The bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Wednesday, September 3rd. That following the prayer and pledge, the Journal of Proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, morning business be closed, and the Senate resume consideration of the motion to proceed to Cal number 115 S2296, the National Defense Authorization Act, post-cloture. Further, that the Senate recess from 12:30 p.m. to 2:15 p.m. to allow for the weekly conference meetings, and that all time during recess, adjournment, and leaders' remarks count post-cloture on the motion to proceed to calendar number 115 S2296.
Without objection, so ordered.
If there is no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned until the previous order.
Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.